Aaron, Nikki.
On behalf of the School Resource Committee, the school districts have submitted their annual permanent school fund distributions, and I recommend approval.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tynes, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 4.1, discuss and consider accepting the bid from Clark Construction of Texas Inc. for the chip seal of various roads, various county roads. Zach, you out there?
Was out there, Judge? I don't see him. No, that's.
He's out
He's
there.
probably across the hall. There's the delay, thank you, Corey.
I spoke with Zach on this here, and in the packet, it didn't have the numbers, but he gave me the numbers on how much we have, how much the bid was for. Go ahead, Zach.
Sorry.
Morning, Zach.
Morning, how are y'all doing?
Doing good.
I'm sorry. So for item 4.1, yes, we're gonna award to Clark Construction. Right now, we're looking at awarding it at a $2.5 million max. I know in the bid, which I have for y'all as well, it shows 3 million, and we're gonna talk with the contractor and working that number get down. Between the accounts that we have just over 2.5 million, and we're gonna work with our road and bridge crews as well to make sure that the roadways that we do are available and ready to go, and then the ones that are not, we will bring that number down.
Can you explain to the public real quick exactly what this contract is for?
Yeah, so this contract is for chip sealing any of our shell roadways that we have right now, as well as some of the others that are already chip sealed. Basically allowing our crew more time on other projects and other roadways so that we can get more of these roadways done and complete throughout this road program
So
cycle.
this will be first chip seal and second chip seals on roads that have already been rehabbed.
Correct, yes.
So this will give our crews more time we have extensive roadways, shale roadways in my precinct, and in Commissioner Ty's precinct for sure, that we're trying to rehab into chip seal roadways, so it gives them more time to rehab these roads. And then we're gonna start budgeting where we can have a contractor come in and chip seal them for us.
Yes, correct. And yeah, so like I'm saying as well, like you said, this allows us to do quite a bit more than what we would originally do on our own.
On an annual basis.
Yes, sir.
You've done this before, haven't you? No?
Not that I've been here, we have not done a chip seal
We worked through
contract.
all that last year and decided that we needed to try this out.
Yes, we're
see
gonna-
how it-
Most definitely.
As long as that I know of, I don't think we've done a contract like this
No.
itself, no.
And what we're gonna do, I got with Zach, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a list of roads, when the contractor starts, Clark Construction, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a list of roads and push it out through Samantha's office, and each one of the commissioners will probably push it out on our pages of what roads are gonna be done in what time. So people will know, because they have to shoot the oil, they have to shoot everything, so they'll be aware that this construction's gonna be going on in the areas and neighborhoods.
Correct. Yes, yeah, we're gonna be pushing out this so that
You
all of the
wanna
public knows.
approve, the bid up to 2.5 million?
2.5
sir.
Henry second.
Second, yeah.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tynes. Any questions?
No, do you have those numbers?
Yes, so I have the bid numbers itself right here. Do y'all want?
What is it?
It's just the bid that was sent in, so
What
it's
is-
all of the
It was
numbers.
bid per
Yes,
square
sir.
foot or?
Yeah, so all the
Linear
bid
foot?
items are on there, and it's either by square foot,
Was it-
square yard, linear foot, it just depends on what the item is.
Are these bids reflective of going on top of roads that are already rehabbed?
Yes, correct, sir.
But this is just Clark's bid.
That is just Clark's bid. I did not print out Teal's because I printed out the one that we were going
Were
with.
they apples to apples?
Yes, sir. Teal construction was just slightly more.
Yeah. No, I saw them both on the
Yeah, it
original
was
pack.
it was very competitive between the two.
Or I was on the email, I believe, from George's office, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
I think the Teal's bid was like 3.2, 3.3.
3.2, 3.3. So they were
They're close.
apples to apples,
10,
really close
10%.
together.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alright, any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 4.2, discuss and consider going out for bids on Hatchfield Road, Cedar Boulevard, roadway repairs.
Yes, so this is something we've been planning for a while. I know Commissioner Hammond as well has been talking to our office and whatnot about certain repair areas. This is just to go out for those repairs. I know both Hatcherville Road and Cedar Boulevard are heavily used by industrial traffic and in major need of repair.
Yeah, so especially with Hatcherville, so we've done this a couple times, but there's really, it's impossible to shut Hatcherville down. And the road's 24/7.
It's, yeah.
We got a pretty good system. We go in there and identify 12, 15 repair spots,
We're gonna try to do,
you know.
with what we've saw from, concrete prices right now, there's gonna be it seems like a large area, but we're hopefully gonna get a large area for a decent price.
So we have to shut down one lane at a time, alternate traffic, and do it after hours, so just kind of try not to impact them as much as possible, so, anyway. So much.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.3, discuss, consider going out for bids for Baylor Road roadway repair and rehab from FM 1405 to West Bay Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is
Well, mine says Baylor Road,
Mine says
but it is
Baylor-
Baylor
mine says
Road.
Baylor.
Oh, sorry, auto-corrected, it's supposed to be Bayer.
Got it.
Yes, right,
B-A-
Bayer.
I couldn't find Baylor on the
B-A-Y.
map nowhere, so, okay.
Yeah, so,
Very
yeah,
good.
it's Bayer Road between 1405 and West Bay Road, that section right there.
Up by Waco.
It's another roadway where we're having a bunch of trouble with sinking potholes. Hopefully this plan that we've came up with will help be a long-term solution. We will not have to be coming back in here to repair other than probably some crack sealing here and there.
Yeah, this road went, we did a lot of investigation on this road. We hired an engineering consultant to go in and bore drill samples. There's a lot of potential ground leakage or water seeping out, bobbies from the canal potentially, or from poor drainage. We've done some this is gonna involve a road repair and also a drainage repair to
Yes,
facilitate
correct.
better drainage across that area, correct?
Yes, so
Yeah.
like Commissioner Dagley was saying, there's a large portion that right now we could consider trapped water that has to kind of slowly work its way under and around the roadway.
Yeah.
This is hopefully gonna help alleviate all of that as well
Yeah.
as any of the seepage that comes out
Yeah.
from the canal.
It's a significant issue. Covestro and their partners in the plant there are having a lot of heavy haul traffic going through there. And then when their contractors are leaving, there's potholes everywhere. What's happening is the smaller vehicles are avoiding potholes and coming in oncoming traffic. And there's been a lot of near misses on head-on traffic collisions. And so we've had to shut down the road a few times and do some major pothole repairs.
Yes,
And
correct.
this has been going on for about 12 months, and this is finally a permanent fix, we hope. So,
Been going on for 10 years,
well,
and we spent $300,000 putting foam under it, did not work.
yeah.
I am the old Bo Weevil engineer, I think NRG is leaking into a water stand that goes under the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that spot's been there since they put that road in.
It is.
So it's
Mhm.
never did get addressed.
It never did get fixed in the early, when the road went in.
And this new plan, I think, addresses the road bed, the drainage facilitating out of the road bed. It should hopefully correct the issue.
Hopefully we're not gonna have this issue.
Now, Bobby, I think, was
anytime
involved
soon.
at the time when y'all originally fixed a section of it. Y'all put a bunch of big rock in on the road bed, or I believe
No,
at the entrance.
we've done that, we've come in and put injected foam at 4 foot and 8 foot.
Yeah.
It worked for a while,
And then
then we had to come back and you
Yeah.
could dig out a pothole and find the foam too, but
Yeah.
it's water that's being fed underneath it for some reason, because there were some streams that went under this thing, went north up toward NRG. And that's just my theory, but I'm just an Bo Weevil engineer.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Motion by, you did it, right?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
5.1, consider approval of change order from Databox in the amount of $3,954.81 to supply missing components to the emergency services building training room AV system to allow multi-source viewing. Good morning, Sam.
Hello, is this on? Can never tell. So this is relatively straightforward. this project was different because to save money, Derek and his team worked with some contractors to design some of the AV aspects that came in. This particular vendor had some turnover in the midst of that, and so the original design included this hardware, and then they had some turnover and it got removed as they went forward. So we worked with them quite a bit because I wasn't real happy about the fact that it got deleted based on their recommendation. It is something we absolutely need. It reduces the functionality of the EOC if we don't have it. So after quite a few meetings back and forth, and Derek worked really hard on this, we were able to compromise, and they are charging us cost for the materials. They are comping some of the materials, and they are comping the labor. So we're paying market price for the missing components, and then they're not charging us for labor or anything. There's a couple things that they're comping for us. So I feel comfortable asking you guys to approve that, and I feel comfortable with. Still not a great situation, but at least they gave us something on it, so I feel like it's a fair enough deal.
And you're still under budget for the overall
So yeah,
project.
we're about $200,000 under budget for the whole project.
So
You know, I rule with an iron fist.
so much.
Second, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Dagley. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Sam, congratulations on another successful YPS. You and everyone else involved. You want to update Court on?
Yeah,
Hey, so real quick before you leave that. So
well, I've got
that-
another item right after
That was
this,
all
too.
grant money?
It was 50% county money, 50% grant money.
Okay.
So the county will have some money left
So
in
that
that
balance
project.
is,
Yes.
is the county's
Yes.
balance? Okay.
Yes, and the next item is the final reconciliatory change order for that.
Alright.
Do you wanna do that one and then YPS update, or do you want to?
It doesn't matter, we can. 5.2, discuss, consider approving final reconciliatory change order in the amount of $52,377 for TDHCA Emergency Services Building Project located on Airport Road.
So this is the final change order for N&T. This covers any changes we made, but even with this, like I said, we're still $200,000 under budget, give or take. Pretty cut forward. I do want to brag on N&T. Like I said, I'm pretty strict. I know a contractor hates to see me coming because I have a strict no change order rule. Sometimes you can't avoid a change order, but I tell them multiple times, and then every time they bring me a change order, I'm very uptight about those. So N&T has been wonderful. Anytime we've had an issue, if it was their fault, they were very helpful. Anytime it was our fault, they helped us find a cost-effective middle ground there. I really can't say enough good things about Spencer and his team, so
So moved, Judge.
thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Okay, Sam.
Okay, so the numbers have changed a little bit. This is last night, but we had an extremely successful youth project show. Very, very proud of what we have accomplished over the past couple years. I always brag on you guys because without you, we wouldn't be there, and we're the only show in the state of Texas that does not charge entry fees or a commission to these kids. So every dollar that we raise for these kiddos goes directly into their hands. Sponsorships pay for awards, and then anything earned through the auction goes directly to the kiddos. Last night when I walked out of the office, we had total sales of $1,474,257, which is $218,000 more than last year. So we have increased our bottom line. Very, very proud of that. We're up in every single area. Auction was up, barn sale was up, and add-ons were up. We did add 21 more items to the auction, and so I've had a couple people say, well, of course it's up, you added more items, but our auction alone was up $166,000, and those items only added $25,000, so we would still be up $140,000 in the auction alone. Couldn't do that without the wonderful buyers that we have that come out and support every single year. You guys are some of those people, and other people in the room were very, very supportive of us. I'm pretty confident that when we finish things out, we'll accept add-ons through Friday. We'll be at $1.5 million. So, outstanding. Very, very proud of that. I will say that we have increased the bottom line. My team, I'll brag on my girls. The first year we took over, we increased $50,000. Last year, we increased $184,000, and we're set to increase by like $250,000 from last year to this year, bottom line alone. So, we work really hard. We send out a lot of letters and emails, make a lot of phone calls, recruiting buyers to come. So we do always want to do the best that we can for these kids. There's always hiccups. We're always open to feedback. So if anybody ever has ideas, we welcome that. I will say that we had 495 unique livestock projects that actually checked in, which is a little bit more than last year. We ran out of lamb and goat pens and we had to double up this year, and then we used some in the pig barn. So in budget time, I'll probably be asking you for some more lamb and goat pens. An area that we've seen substantial growth is the market rabbits. Last year we had 56 pens of market rabbits. There's 3 rabbits in every pen. This year we had 77. So we had to get more rabbit pens built last year. Barbara Hill partnered with us on that. They're wonderful. We're gonna have to get more rabbit pens built this year. We have 80 now, and with the way we're trending, we're gonna need more pens next year. So lots of growth, and we work really hard at that. I want every kid in Chambers County to put a project in livestock or exhibit hall. The ladies at the extension office do a great job with the exhibit hall, but we're gonna keep working and try to trend up every year. You know, I'm always in competition with myself and trying to be better than we were. So very, very, very proud of this.
Yeah,
But,
right.
Yep.
New pig barn's really nice, the improvements
Yes.
out there. are
Tons
wonderful.
of positive feedback on that. Next year, we're gonna move lambs and goats under that barn. I think there's gonna be a sound system there next year is what I've been told. And we're actually gonna show lambs and goats under that barn next year too. So we're gonna move half of our show back over there. Ag Mechanics continues to grow, which is wonderful. We love the CTE stuff, so we're gonna move that back under the pavilion so they have room to space out. We may move some woodworking out under the pavilion as well, just so that those people have more eyes on those as well. But Ranch Rodeo is giving $82,000 in add-ons. Every kid who sold a project, it's 265 kids, are getting $315 add-on from Ranch Rodeo, which is huge. Very proud of that. I always say if you don't necessarily know any kids or want your add-on to be spread between every kid, that's a great way to get involved. You can sponsor the Ranch Rodeo, and every dollar from that goes. We leave a little bit in the account, but still. So really huge. Last year we gave 62, so we're giving $20,000 more in Ranch Rodeo alone.
Good.
Great job, Sam.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank
Very
you
good.
all for your support. We really, really appreciate it. And we're back in our office now. So if you need us, we're back at 508 South Main.
Thanks, Sam.
So we're looking at put numbers together for phase 2 of the barn out there, so we can go ahead and get that other section done. It just wasn't time to
No, it's
get it
tight.
done, so,
It's
so
real
we're looking
tight.
at that right now, trying to get some numbers put together and see how that looks, so.
Yes.
Hats off to your group, and I'm gonna tell you what, Parks and Rec,
Yes.
those guys
Absolutely.
walk on water, so.
They are wonderful, and we
Yeah.
had so many positive comments about how friendly those guys were, how every time they saw them, they were working. They went above and beyond to help us. I mean, it didn't matter if they were in the middle of something, if I had a crisis and needed anything at all, they came and helped. Really can't, it takes a village to put this on, and without the Parks Department and the ladies at the Extension Office, this wouldn't be the success that it is. I mean, we tend to be the face, but they're the backbone of this show.
So we had torrential floods on Friday, and, them guys were out there literally
Squeegeeing the
in
sidewalks to keep
rain,
it dry so
digging
people could
ditches
walk.
to
Yes.
move water. so,
Wonderful, wonderful, and like I said, take care of everybody out there.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody's
100%.
trash,
So-
and I mean, really can't say enough good things about them.
Shout out to Bennett's group for coming out there and cooking for free all week. That's always a huge help, so.
It is.
And he does that strictly on donations, and, so always good to put a word out for him, so,
Yeah, food's good too.
yeah, always.
Alright, thanks, Sam.
Thank you guys, I
Thanks,
appreciate y'all.
Alright, it's 10:05 a.m. We're going to recess out of regular session, go into public hearing at this time. We have 2 items, 5.3, regarding the adoption of proposed guidelines and criteria governing chapter 312 tax abatement agreements by Chambers County. First, BJ, let me get this other one out of the way. 3.1, public hearing regarding the proposed partial abandonment of 60-foot unimproved right-of-way of 3rd Street and Stoll Town site from Avenue E to north of Avenue G. So we are in public hearing at this time. Now, Mr. Kayla. I have Bob Kayla and Terry Autolit against abandonment, and you have 3 minutes, Mr. Kayla, to
Okay, it's gonna be
make your
short.
public comment.
My name is Robert H. Kayla. My name is Robert H. Kayla, and I respectfully oppose the proposed abandonment of this right-of-way. This right-of-way provides my primary and necessary access to actively used pasture land, which has been continually used since my grandmother and grandfather bought it in 1935. It is essential for the operation, maintenance, and lawful use of my property. The gate going into this lane would, if it was abandoned, then I would have to, I wouldn't have access to my pasture. If I wanted to take a cow and put her in the back pasture, I'd have to load her in a trailer, drive her around to Second Street, drive down Second Street and dump her into the pasture. This is my access. So that's pretty much it. I wanna keep it like it is now.
Thank you, sir. You Miss Audley?
We're good, I just wanna say that Second Street that he's talking about, you'd have to drive around. It's a
Come up.
narrow road, it's a dead-end road. And
Okay.
it would make a really sharp turn to go into the pasture, pulling a trailer.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right, any other public comments? Greg?
Well, I've got comments, but I'm not
Go
public.
ahead.
Okay, so, I sent out letters to the, adjacent property owners, notifying them of the, proposed abandonment. And so I got, word back from Mr. Roy Wheeler and Rosie Sanchez. They have smaller tracks. Now the problem with this is that if we close this, they will have no legal access. Obviously that's an issue. And Mr. Kayla, they came to my office last week and said this as much. It would be an inconvenience for them to, if they needed to access their pasture, to find an alternate route. But these other two property owners, they wouldn't be able to get to their property.
Is there landlocked or what?
They would be landlocked.
Which
Yeah.
tracks are they?
They are parcel, I can tell you the parcel ID.
Are they on the map that you have in the exhibit? Is it the two smaller tracks in the south part?
They are,
The two little, like, home sites
they are.
on
They're
that
just
southern
north
part,
of
just with
Avenue E.
Avenue E?
Yeah, so if everyone, so let's say the parcel just south of them,
Is that an alleyway entrance off of Avenue F
it's
to
a,
Avenue?
it's a utility
Is it? Okay.
easement, it's not
Okay.
an access easement.
Alright,
And so yes, if these parcels, they get 30 foot to the center line of the road,
sure.
now you're driving through somebody else's property
Yeah, no, I get you.
versus the public right of way.
What's the purpose of the abandonment?
There was no actual, purpose written out in the petition, but
Is any of the
I can
petitioners here?
assume,
Is any of the petitioners here?
I believe so,
Okay,
that'd be Mr. George Way and his,
Okay.
siblings.
yeah. Well, my question to them would be, are they gonna develop the property with another improved right of way? Cause I know they've intended to sell it and somebody come in and develop it with another road. And if they do that, then this alleviates the access issue, right? So I would like to know from the petitioner side what their intent is.
Yes.
Which may solve the concerns that we all have. It may not, but I think that's important before we,
True. Now, we did this, earlier this year, we closed, I think part of Second Street.
we did.
With their intent to further develop.
Yeah.
But even if they were to, we don't need them to abandon this if they wanted, in my opinion, if they wanted to improve it. But just the fact of them abandoning it, it's gonna lock people out. And if they say, well, okay, we're gonna improve it, well, 6 months, 2 years. So it could become an issue.
So that's the purpose of the public hearing, is
Yeah.
getting what feedback we're
Yeah.
getting.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else, Greg?
Not on that, no, sir.
All right, any other public comments? All right, let's go to 5.3. BJ? We're still in public hearing at this time, but 5.3. Good morning, BJ.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. is a public hearing to assess and provide input for the guidelines and criteria for Chapter 312 tax abatement. Chapter 312 of the tax code requires units of government to elect to participate in tax abatement every 2 years and to adopt guidelines and criteria consistent with the content and intent of the court. Guidelines were last adopted in 2024. There's some minor changes in the proposed guidelines under consideration for today. We can step through them. On page 3, a definition for payment in lieu of taxes was added simply as a reference for the use of payments in lieu of taxes as a component of tax abatement. On page 4, there were 2 significant changes that were made. Under item G, related to offer and execution and value of term of agreement, essentially, and if you'd like me to read them verbatim, I will. Abatement or incentive shall be granted effective the January 1 valuation date immediately following the date of execution of the agreement or as agreed by the county. For investments less than $500 million, the county in sole discretion shall determine the amount of any abatement or incentive, the value of which will not exceed or may not exceed 50%. Going on, related to the definition of payment in lieu of taxes, at the county's discretion, an abatement or incentives may be effectuated via pilot or payment in lieu of taxes, which has been used routinely by the court. We wanted to have a degree of specificity so that folks know that that's an option, preference that the court has, or direct discount per abatement extended through an initial agreement or subsequent amendment. Under special terms and conditions for projects that have significant investment beyond $500 million, the county has potential to, has at its own discretion, to deviate from certain requirements of the guidelines as they're presented, so long as the deviations uphold the spirit and intent of the guidelines and the goals of the county's economic development program. In this regard, abatements will be negotiated on a case-by-case basis and are not to exceed 65% over term. Wanted to add some language, if you will, that is not as part of the exhibit, that broadens the court's discretion beyond investment. You'll note that items G with respect to value and term of agreement relate to investment ranges of $500 million and less than $500 million and over $500 million. So I'd like to for record, read into language for the court's consideration that broadens this. Beyond these investment parameters, Commissioners Court can, at its discretion, determine the percent of value and the term of abatement based upon industry sector, the overall value of the project over term, the number and types of new jobs being created, the extent to which local labor or local subcontractors will be used in the construction phase, the types and values of public improvements to be made, and to the extent to which Chambers County vendors and service providers will be used during the operation of the project. Commissioners Court may vary the term and abatement percentage on a case-by-case basis upon consideration of these factors and any other relevant factors. This really broadens the parameters by which the court can assess projects. Moving on to page 9, there was some concern that's been expressed by the court with respect to excessive protest of value over time, particularly those entities that have entered into a tax abatement in East County. And so the language there contemplates some sort of manner to which that the court can address compliance with those. And so I'll read those verbatim, that the company's legal protest of the improvements of value pursuant to the Texas Property Tax Code must be based on and use the accepted appraisal methods and techniques allowed by law under the Texas Property Code and uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. Chronic filing of valuation protests or notices of protest that are below the value stipulated in the abatement application and approved at the time could cause the tax abatement agreement to be subject to termination and recapture of all the previously abated taxes. So this is going to warrant a degree of specificity of valuation in the application process. We will work in concert with the applicants to ensure that they are presenting reasonable and rational values, that meet market forces at the time. And so it's another compliance, I guess, clause that allows the court to manage abatements over time. So those are the major changes that are proposed for today.
All right, we are in a public hearing, so are there any public comments regarding the proposed guidelines?
BJ, thank you so much for working with us on this.
Sure.
Really appreciate it.
Yes, there's been some back and forth on that discussion, so I think it's good, and we kind of changed the expectations a little bit. We also left ourselves some latitude to negotiate with some of these folks, and it's always depending on, how many jobs you can bring to the county, and, just, there's a lot of a lot of variables there, so kinda gives us some leeway to
Absolutely.
negotiate all that, so. Really appreciate all your work on that. I know there's been a lot of back and forth with
And just to,
myself and you and Commissioner Dagley.
yeah, and just a note on the appraisal district policy edition, you know, for the record of the court. We have a tremendous amount of abatements that we have currently, that have filed protests at the appraisal district based on their taxes. And the problem I have with that is this court makes very strategic decisions on tax abatements based on applications of a developer that is promising or anticipating a certain size of development within this county. And we're seeing that they, for example, they said they're gonna do $100 million development, and the assessed values come in at $100 million, they go protest their taxes down to 70 million. Well, we make a decision as court to give an abatement based on a dollar amount that they're gonna invest in this county, and then they go and protest that. I think that's wrong to do. And so this kind of holds their feet to the fire and says that as long as you're under the abatement policy, you need to be within a range of that number that you're gonna apply for, right? And as long as you're within that range, you know, you shouldn't be protesting your taxes. So I think it's important for us to do that, to eliminate some of this chronic protesting, as BJ put it. So
There's method to their madness.
sure there is.
Sure there is.
And creates a lot of dysfunction and unnecessary work on the part of the appraisal district.
It does.
I mean, the fact that the appraisal district has an awareness of their behavior, and it's repeated on and on and on, so.
No, I appreciate the effort Mr. Dagley and BJ put in on this, and also bringing in the last few years, the inventory tax. The minimum on that there has been tremendous also, so we appreciate that.
Okay, 10:18, we're going to adjourn the public hearing, go back into regular session. BJ, let me go with the other one first, and I'll call you back up.
Sure.
All right, 3.2, discuss, consider approving the proposed partial abandonment, 6-foot unimproved right-of-way at 3rd Street, Skull Town site, from Avenue E to north of Avenue G.
As of right now, Judge, I mean, I don't wanna see where we landlock someone out or
No,
put any
no.
undue burden on anybody, so I
Yeah.
mean, I'm gonna have to be the no on that.
If we table this and give it a chance for the petitioner to work this out, or to at least disclose plans, can we bring that back without a public hearing? We can set another public hearing.
I think we already had a public
Okay,
hearing,
so-
so.
I mean,
Table it.
I agree. I mean, I'm definitely not in favor of this, assuming
As it's worded,
as it's worded. Yeah. So I think I would table this.
just table it.
I agree.
Yeah.
And
I would encourage you to let the petitioner know the concerns of today that was brought forth to court today between the landlocked tracts and Mr. Kayla's issues. See if those can be worked out between the parties, and if those can be worked out, know their concerns, I think we bring it back before the court.
Okay, so in theory, we can bring this back in 2 weeks.
Sure.
Yeah.
And- okay,
Just
great.
let's get it worked out. If
Okay.
not, then, you know, I think you hear the tempo.
Yes,
Did you hear that, Mr. Kayla?
Yes, I didn't quite understand it.
Brad, would you explain to us?
So what we're gonna do, like, we're gonna table this, there'll be no action. We're gonna have the petitioners, give us, we're gonna have them explain, hey, can we work this out? And if not, we'll bring it back, and there will be I don't wanna say no action, but,
They should
Be
work it
voted
out.
down?
yeah.
They
yeah,
should-
They need to work it out, or it's just not gonna happen.
We hear you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Brad.
Yes, sir.
3.2 is table. All right, BJ, you back up.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Brad. 5.4, discuss, consider resolution adopting guidelines and criteria governing chapter 312, tax abatement agreements by Chambers County.
Thank you, Judge. It's simply the resolution adopting the guidelines that's been presented.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Ties. Any questions?
No, sir.
Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.5, discuss and consider chapter 381 economic development program policy.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. There's no statutory requirement for the court to adopt the policy related to Chapter 381 every 2 years. However, we try to coincide with them to mirror, because they're interoperable. Tax abatement can be effectuated under each statute, but there's some nuances that need to be addressed this time around. The last time the guidelines from the Chapter 81 for the Economic Development Program Policy for Change, there were some references to two federal frameworks. One was the Qualified Opportunity Zones, and then several acts under the Inflation Reduction Act. Wanted to give some guidance as to how the county would approach projects that were trying to effectuate investments in the county under those two areas. The Inflation Reduction Act no longer exists, and so those references to the Inflation Reduction Act have been removed. Under the CHIPS Act and Texas CHIPS Act projects, the CHIPS Act is still active, even though it was a component of the Inflation Reduction Act. And then the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Fund, which is a Texas-based innovation fund to fund projects in the semiconductor sector. As for the Qualified Opportunity Zones, that whole process has been changed. When it was previously executed, the federal government allowed the governors of each respective state to identify areas that would be designated under Qualified Opportunity Zones and with a rural focus. And so all three census tracts in Chambers County at that time qualified to be designated as Qualified Opportunity Zones. This time around, the counties are charged with making the case for the opportunity zones, and the federal government, working with the state, have identified only one census tract in Chambers County this time around. That's 7104. That's the Winnie area, north and south of 10. And so we work with Judge Sylvia. There's an application process, essentially a lottery, to make the case that we want that area, the county would like that area designated as Qualified Opportunity Zone, because with it has certain advantages with respect to business development and economic development. So we'll proceed in that regard. So the portion with respect to Qualified Opportunity Zone in the existing policy has been excised so that we can proceed, because we don't know, that final determination is not going to be made until January of 27. And so in the interim, we've excised it, and then if in fact, hopefully, Census Tract 7104 is chosen as a QOZ, we'll come back to the court to amend the guidelines to reflect that. Otherwise, everything remains the same.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any questions? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.6, discuss and consider resolution in order adopting Chapter 31 Economic Development Program Policy.
Yes, this is simply the resolution adopting the policy as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Big J.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Big Judge.
Thank you, BJ.
The sheriff there?
I think he's outside.
Okay. We'll get to his item in a minute then.
Eric ran to get me.
Okay, let's go to 8.1, discuss and consider flash metal lease agreement and or single property line designation with Chambers County Solid Waste Department for purposes of site buffer related recycling and processing activities and meeting TCEQ permitting requirements. I have two public participation forms, one from Blaine Nix and one from Abhishek Brett and Mr. Nix. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge. My name is Blaine Nix. I'm here on behalf of Flash Metals USA, seeking an agreement with the county for a single property line designation. We back up to the landfill, county landfill parcel number 48145, or correct, I think I got that correct. The reason we need a single property line designation, currently we have a permit by rule through the TCEQ.
Mr. Nix.
It limits us.
Mr. Nix,
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we talk about this in executive session? There's a lot that we need to talk about. And also, I have an updated lease or contract that was sent to me yesterday that I need to provide to the court so you guys can look at that newest language that was sent to me yesterday morning. And so I would ask if the court would allow us to talk in executive session so that we can pass out everything.
Yeah, we can take this to executive session, consultation with attorney, but we can go ahead and get their public comments.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the public
No,
comment.
that's
I wanted to
okay.
make sure
All right,
that
go ahead. You have
So
a couple
there-
minutes left.
There's two agreements, the single property line designation and the lease that he's referring to. We don't necessarily need a lease. The single property line designation would allow the two parties, one being Chambers County and one being Flash Metals, to be one unified property line with regard to air emissions. The reality of it is, we built some buildings right on the back of the property line. And there's a lot of infrastructure work going on at the site right now with regard to our main building. We need to establish some R&D testing with our flash fuel technology. This technology was derived out of Rice University. And we need to accelerate some testing in order to scale the facility. And so it's just an agreement. If we get the agreement with the county and the county landfill, we would then petition TCEQ to allow us to conduct that testing. And it, really the building in question is Miss Debbie Waldo's office, the county landfill office, because she's the off-site receptor. So I speak with her often. We don't want to do anything unsafe, but it is in regard to air emissions and the hazardous chemicals that are on site. Abhishek is with GHD Consulting, and he can kind of fill you in on the single property line designation. He's our environmental consultant.
Okay. And it's Abhishek Bat, right, DHCT?
Yes, Judge.
Just for the record, go ahead.
Morning. Yeah, just wanted to reiterate that they are currently authorized under a permit by rule, which has something called as a distance limitation from the nearest off-property receptor. The building is within that distance limitation, which is what's triggering us to go for the single property line designation. The single property line designation is only to justify the two adjacent properties as single property only from showing compliance from with the air permitting requirements, nothing else. There is not gonna be any other requirements beyond just compliance with the air permit requirements. And as he said, once the agreement is done, we will petition it with the TCEQ, or the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, to agree that they will identify the combined property as a single property, and they will be able to conduct the test in that case.
Now, long term, can I comment? We're on 8.1.
Yeah, we've got an agenda.
Yeah, agenda item. Just long term, so everybody understands, your testing and what you're gonna do is gonna be moved to a main building, which are replacing the roof on
That is
right now.
correct.
So, this is just a,
Yeah, the building sat dormant for about 6 or 7 years, as some of you in the county know. It's under heavy refurbishment right now. Coupled with that, GHD will file the application for a new source review permit, which will be a more expanded permit that'll allow us to scale the facility even larger. So at that time, but there's some lead times with that permit, in the just rough 12 months, right? So we wanna do ongoing testing on some of the new buildings that are at site. We're kinda limited due to the construction right now. And we can dissolve this single property line agreement down the road once we get our, expanded permit.
I'll ask you in executive session. I got questions, but.
Okay. All right, anything else for these gentlemen? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Do we need, Dwayne, do we need those guys for executive session?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Can y'all-
And they would be aware that they
Okay,
would be.
good.
executive session.
Okay, and we'll call you in when we need you.
Okay.
Thank
If you can hang around.
Thank you.
Sheriff, let's go to 17.1, discuss and consider resolution recognizing National Police Week and Peace Officer Memorial Day. Good morning.
Why don't we do this, Judge? Why don't we do the next one first? Cheryl's here with me.
17.2?
Yeah, and that way, then we can
Morning,
wrap
Cheryl.
up, and then, because obviously we can move out to the memorial.
All right, 17.2, discuss and consider hiring a criminal forensic accountant.
So,
Your time's up.
no news to most anybody in this room that there's some issues with the Anahuac Chamber of Commerce. And we've launched an investigation, and we're doing the things that are necessary, but the one thing that the missing piece of the puzzle to do a proper investigation on an organization that was probably, and we're just gonna maybe guesstimate anywhere between $250,000 and $500,000 that would move through the Gator Fest world. That we're in need of a forensic accountant. The district attorney is the one that has really requested it. I'm requesting it as a sheriff. I'll let Cheryl speak briefly, and if y'all wanna move this to Commissioners Court executive session, we can do that. Leave that totally up to y'all. But Cheryl is here with me. just depends on how property and how much prosecution you want done.
Yeah, I don't know how deep you're gonna get into it here, but we can
Correct.
go to executive session if you'd like to, or Cheryl, you wanna?
I'm sorry. I think we should go to executive, I'm sorry, I'm suffering from allergies today. I think we should go to executive session, but the reason that we really need to discuss it more in depth is because I have used forensic accountants in the past for other embezzlement cases. And, you have the Rangers have one, the Attorney General's office has one. The problem that I have encountered with them is it takes so long. I'm still waiting for the city of Anahuac, 2 years into it. And so I just think that this needs to be handled pretty swiftly. And of course, we've learned from the past, about it takes so long here, so let's try a different avenue. So I'm going to be asking for the private sector. We've already discussed some of this with a private forensic accountant. And I would like to discuss that with y'all more in executive session because they feel like they can get it knocked out fairly quickly.
Okay, we will take you to executive session then. All right, back to 17-1, Chair.
Okay. So today is the day that we do our moment at the memorial. Law Enforcement Appreciation Day for fallen officers, everything is always on May 15th. But today is the day that we've selected with Commissioners Court to do our moment at the memorial, and I want to appreciate the fact that you all allow us to do this, and I appreciate Cheryl and Mike Railsback joining us, the parents of Shane Detweiler, so thank you.
Somebody got it up?
Can you read it, Judge?
Yeah, you got it up, you can read it.
Go for it.
You got it?
Wait, well,
Want me to read it, or you got it?
go ahead.
Whereas the well-being of people of the United States, the state of Texas, and Chambers County is preserved and enhanced as a direct result of diligence and the dedication of our law enforcement officers. Whereas we rely on the law enforcement officers to keep Chambers County safe, enforce our laws, and respond in a time of crisis. And whereas it is the law enforcement officers who stand ready to serve and protect even with their lives when necessary. Whereas for Chambers County, peace officers have made the ultimate sacrifice. Sheriff John Leitner Frost ended watch for Saturday, November 10th, 1900. Deputy Constable Levi E. Oliver ended watch for Wednesday, March 5th, 1930. Deputy Sheriff Dirk Ray Canern ended watch for Sunday, October 17th, 2004. Deputy Shane Thomas Detweiler ended watch was Monday, July 13th, 2009. As whereas we come together to honor our Chambers County fallen officers and those who officer across the state of Texas and our nation who lives have been taken in the line of duty. Now therefore be it resolved that the Chambers County Commissioners Court, Chambers County, Texas, that we honor the memory of Sheriff Frost, Deputy Constable Oliver, Deputy Sheriff Canern, and Deputy Sheriff Detweiler, and express the gratitude of all our citizens to the families for their dedication and service. Be therefore resolved the Chambers County Commissioners Court, Texas, Chambers County, Texas, pay tribute to the fallen officers and all the law enforcement officers in Chambers County, the state of Texas, and the United States, serving to protect us from the evil, preserving all our freedoms, passed and approved by Chambers County Commissioners Court.
Motion by Commissioner Gore.
Yes, sir.
Second by Commissioner Tice. And all those are in favor? All right, we're having a moment at the memorial
We are.
right now.
Whenever you're ready, whenever you choose to take a break, we'll meet y'all out there in 5 minutes.
Okay,
Whatever.
we'll go ahead at 10:36, take a 10-minute recess.
And we'll make it.
Alright, court conduct order after break, very nice moment at the memorial. Sheriff and the lady singing, Brother Biddy, everybody did a great job. We're gonna start with 11.1, discuss and consider updates to information technology policy. Derek.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm bringing a $0 change order to the information technology policy today. I'm a bit biased, but
Good sales pitch.
I think it's some pretty common sense changes. I've highlighted the main ones in your packet detail. I'll just review them quickly, but the first one is previously the court adopted for us, the mandated cybersecurity awareness training by the state when that was first implemented. And now that we also have mandated AI training, I just wanted to formally adopt that within the policy, so we've got it in writing there. The second one is making it a baseline requirement for everyone to have advanced authentication for logging in securely using our mobile app. And the third one is just some updated verbiage for county-owned mobile devices. Before, there were some stipulations that had to be met for them to be required to be in there. Now we're just putting that all county-owned mobile devices should be in mobile device management. So I've included a red line copy and an updated copy. The county attorney's office has reviewed it, but I'm here if you have any questions.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Powell.
We need a 5 and a 6 on there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay,
I do this all that.
let me take care of, you can go ahead and come up, but we take care of 1.2 before I forget. Discuss, consider canvassing the official results for May 2nd, 2026 joint special election. Okay, motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? None, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you for the first page.
Didn't do it then.
7.1, discuss consider approval of CPR 007, the car construction, amount of $6,750 to provide a Musco laydown area, Chambers Parkway Soccer Complex. Mike.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. This is pretty much I guess not a request, but a demand, Musco. Why would you spend $998,000 on lights and not have a suitable place to put them together? We denied this request on a couple of times, but after consideration, we have money in the budget, and I think it's money well spent, value add.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 7.2, discuss and consider approval of CPR 008 car construction amount of $1,394.51 for card reader changes at Chambers Parkway Soccer Complex.
Yeah, this changes, so this item was originally VE'd out, it shouldn't have been. This basically, now we have card reader and keyed access pad, 7 total card readers. It's $1,300.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
9.1, discuss consider nuisance abatement of the property located at 46-135 I-10 in Winnie. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. So we had, the complaint was made to Commissioner Gore's office regarding the Burger King and gas station that was burned. We received the complaint about December 2025. Shortly after it had burned down, the store owner, manager, I'm not sure, had informed our health inspector that they were waiting on insurance to be able to run its course and do their reviews and such before starting any type of removal of the debris, which is why if you see the dates, there's some time between when we received the complaint to when the actual notice was first issued. But after seeing that nothing had been done, we went ahead and proceeded with the nuisance process. I also included when we sent them 2 notices and then the notice that it was gonna be brought to Commissioner's Court. They did receive the notice, they signed off, we got a return receipt for the first 2. The Commissioner's Court notice, I didn't receive the return receipt, but I did include proof from the USPS tracking website that it had been delivered to an individual at the site. So we have had no contact, have received no information on any plans or any estimated timeframes of when they will be cleaning up, if they will be clearing it up, by their own hand. So we have brought it to you to determine if the county can abate it, or if you would like us to keep trying to contact them, whatever decision the court feels is the best way to approach this.
I see Dwayne reaching for the microphone. Can we get attorney's office involved before we go in there and debate that? Dwayne to reach out to them.
Yeah, I think that would be a good suggestion, cause I don't, I mean, in your notice, did you let them know about today's, setting?
That was the last notice, the Commissioner's Court notice. Like I said, I didn't receive the return receipt, but I did, based using the tracking number on the certified letter that I sent them, I was able to determine that they were delivered the notice, and it states on that status that it was delivered to an individual at the site.
Okay, and that was their opportunity to be able to
Be present for the Commissioner's Court meeting today.
and contest,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think they received, proper notice, so the court can make a decision this morning on the abatement, request.
It definitely needs to be cleaned up. I mean, it is.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's bad.
So do we go out for bid for that with George's office to get bids for it, or how do we abate that?
We have been doing it ourselves.
Do we, can we send our crew over there and just do it?
Yeah, and we just keep a eye.
Do we bill for that?
We do.
We
bill
do?
for machinery, man hours and everything.
Good.
So who's gonna do that?
Road bridge.
Road bridge?
We put a lien on the property.
We put a lien on the property.
Yeah,
We can do it, they can do it on a, like a Friday or something like that, a Friday or Saturday, so it doesn't interfere with their work week.
Okay.
but okay, I've been by, but don't know. What about safety? That thing's right on the interstate, right there at that service road.
Oh, no, it's got a big parking lot and everything.
It's got a big
It's off in the
It's got plenty
parking
of
lot.
room to
It's got plenty of room, okay, that's,
Put a box out there and do it. Dwayne, if we lien the property, that's great, but can we also hold any permits that they go rebuild until the lien's paid? Or is it, I mean, how does the lien, I mean, cause what happens if they just don't, I mean, if they don't ever sell it, we may never get compensated, right?
Right.
But if they go back to rebuild, can we just hold the permit until it's made whole?
Do whatever you want to.
Well,
I think so.
It'll be right.
Thinking through if they need to finance or something to rebuild it.
Sure.
or hold it up.
but if they get insurance proceeds to rebuild, there may not be that's why I was concerned about the mortgage, so
I'm not sure
Okay.
about that. I can look and email.
we'll just need to watch it.
They still gotta come get a permit.
We said, we have that conversation, but I'm just
Yeah.
legally, sometimes there's some gray area there between a lien, cause a lien's more on a trade.
So we could table today and let Dwayne contact him and then
I'd
bring it back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'd like for legal to reach
Dwayne,
out
Matt.
to them, and before we say move forward and bring it back in the next court.
Yeah, we're happy to do that, and then advise the court accordingly, when it's brought back. And, will that prevent you from being able to move forward with cleaning up the site, or do you?
No, well, we won't clean it up until we
Okay,
come back in
okay.
next court.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody, all the tanks, everything's below ground, there's gas pumps out front, everything is shut off. I think we still have to be prudent to send our fire marshal and everybody out there to make an observation of the site before we go in and start doing any major cleanup.
Well, you're talking about getting TCQ involved in a lot of items when you go to underground storage tanks, so we're
We're
capping
only
those,
talking
so.
about cleaning the surface.
I know, but when
Yeah.
you clip a line or you do anything electrical, it's a problem, trust me. It's a massive undertaking sometimes, and I would make sure that if we're gonna do internally, it's a lot of liability on those TCQ permits and the underground tanks. especially rolling equipment over there. They can say anything's damaged or fiberglass tanks, and I agree. We need to absolutely reach out to you, Dwayne, maybe just give them a time frame or use y'all's resources to get responses and see what we can do.
Yeah, we're happy to do that.
Tearing an old trailer down is one thing. Tearing this down,
It's totally, it's a different animal.
road bridge should be handled.
It's already in rubble. It's more to pick up than tear
I
down.
agree.
Yeah.
It's that
This ought to
underground
be a-
stuff that I'm worried about.
Well, that's,
Well, I mean, it's all covered with concrete, they drive over it every day, but still, we need to be prudent in our preparation for this.
you can only 811 so much, and you hit an MPD line, it's a problem. So I just want to make sure we give them an opportunity to clean it up.
Yeah, and I think that that's easily determined to be hazardous material, so it needs to be treated with extra caution. So I would agree with definitely the court and what Mr. Hall is saying. You know, as far as bidding it out to lessen the liability on the county.
I'd like to see you working.
Absolutely.
All right, we're
Yes,
gonna
sir.
table it,
Yes, sir.
Wayne's office.
Till we hear
So
what
my path forward would be to get a recovery company to come do that. That's good.
we can get a call, after, we can get a cost estimate on that.
Yeah, those guys are licensed and trained and qualified and all that. I hate for our guys to get over and get in a situation.
I don't disagree
I think
with
it's
you.
just, those guys are, that's what they do, so.
And because it's earned, I'm sure it's hazardous.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some stuff in there.
So it's classified hazardous. All right, we're gonna
Even
table.
our disaster recovery team, I mean, that would.
We have some on
Yeah.
contract.
All right, thank you, Victoria.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria.
All right, 10.1, discuss and consider allocation of funding for additional storm protection and emergency serviceability, amount of 56,085,083. Morning, Ryan.
Good morning. So I put this on for consideration, if any communication with purchasing and Commissioner Dagley, and we got two quotes for the shutters. The one here was higher, and they're both Houston area companies. I felt that consideration for something that could need maintenance would probably be good. There were some other companies in Florida. Of course, these companies actually came out and measured and stuff, another good thing. So that, for the shutters on the doors, which also, the concern originated thinking about blown water coming in around cracks and such, that those shutters would protect against, as well as, of course, any flying objects. The other quote was from the vendor Armaglass for $30,930 that did the impact film on the courthouse. It's tinted. It also is an energy savings, and it protects against flying objects whereby the glass cannot break out of the window frame. So I brought these for consideration if the court would consider allocating funds now for it. If not, something we can submit.
So moved.
Later.
Second.
We're under budget on this project. Can we take it out of the?
Continue.
This
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore.
So Aaron, I think Sam said on the emergency service building, we're under budget like $200,000. Would this 56 come out of the budget amount? Could it come out of that grant money, I guess?
Yeah,
Okay. So,
because we the grant portion was a big, like $5 million, whatever.
Sure.
We kicked in
Correct.
the $5, and so whatever's left, we can use, the county match, if this doesn't qualify for the grant funding part.
that would be my recommendation.
I think it should.
Should.
Yeah, it should.
So there's no new money, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So,
All right, got a motion and a second, any other questions? So those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 10.2, discuss and consider adding additional departments to the safety footwear program.
So we recently sent out a job hazard analysis, and there were a few departments identified that said that they do things that could necessitate safety footwear. One of them was IT, and to be honest, the worst I ever hurt my foot was when I was working in IT as a young lad, and I dropped a computer in my foot. It wasn't for the county.
It's been a long time ago, you remember that?
It was like 94,
That's when computers were this
92,
big.
93.
Yeah.
No, they were big metal, have two disk drives. And I was like,
Did
so.
this hurt your foot, Ryan?
So yeah, no, I would have loved it for that one. It was one of those big metal IBMs.
Is that
and,
when you changed careers?
Shortly thereafter, yeah.
Sorry.
I had to pick up stuff, so. But anyway, so it is true, they move things, that could be dropped, and so, they submitted for consideration. The other one was, the health department from the aspect of the public health preparedness, which was only 3 people he identified that they do work in moving things in the warehouse and different things, and so that was his, rationale for getting them. And the next one was the sheriff's office vehicle maintenance division over here, that also deals with tools and things in Jackson, and that's 2 of those that were that he identified. So all in all, it was 14 people that were requesting to be added. So.
Second. By Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I think we're down to consent. We're gonna take payroll changes. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
We're gonna take 19.6 payroll changes to executive session. We can consider the rest of the consent agenda. Precinct 1.
No, besides, that was good.
2.
Good.
3.
I'm good.
4.
I'm good, Judge.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice, approve them all except for 19.6. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 11:25 a.m. We will recess to executive session at this time. Oh yeah, we got 8.1 and 17.2. Go back and also consultation with attorney and personnel and sell of real property and FMLA extensions. come to order after a long executive session. It's 4:04 PM. We're going to 8.1. I'll entertain a motion.
Judge, I make a motion to accept a single property line designation with Chambers County Solid Waste Department for purposes of a site buffer related to recycling and processing activities and meeting TCEQ permitting requirements.
So moved. Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 17.2, discuss and consider hiring a criminal forensic accountant.
Judge, I move that we hire a criminal forensic accountant for the sheriff's office and the DA's office for ongoing investigations, not to exceed amount of $25,000.
I second, Your Honor.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, we're going to, we're not done yet. 19.6 was pulled to executive session, so I'll entertain a motion on 19.6.
Judge, I move to approve the payroll changes with the exceptions of Audra Buford, Carson Kaser, Victoria Clifton, Connie Lee, and Deanna Watkins.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Dagley. Any questions?
Thank you.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. None further come before the court at 4:06 PM.
God.
We are adjourned.